Welcome to the first LBG review to Sleep 2. How this will work is I will talk about a game in extreme detail, in a very calm voice, with ocean waves or other calming sound effects and music to help you fall asleep as you listen to my voice. Today we will be discussing While the Iron's Hot. While the Iron's Hot is a game where you play as a blacksmith in training. However, unfortunately for you, your hometown does not really have that many opportunities for a blacksmith to prove themselves. But you hear about a magical place called Elian, where artisans from around the world have traveled to prove their worth and to obtain the status of being a legendary craftsman. One day, you hear about how there's some sailors that have come to port in your hometown. They mention that they're from Elian and that they're just getting supplies before they head back home. You walk up to the sailors, you explain to the captain that you're a blacksmith in training, and he agrees to take you on board as long as you're willing to work on the ship until you get to Elian. Then, while you're on the ship, you go to sleep and are woken up by a man named Gilly. Gilly explains that the captain wants to see you, but that before you can go see the captain, that rough waters have broken the ladder up to the top deck. But before Gilly will fix the ladder, he needs your help finding his sailor's journal, and that he asks you not to read it. Getting up out of bed, you see that there's a chest not too far from the bed, but it's locked with a combination. You also can talk to Gilly, and he'll remind you that you can't go up and talk to the captain without helping him with his journal. You can talk to another sailor who's counting up boxes of inventory, and then is surprised when there's an extra box. There's a few other people you can talk to, but it's not hard to find Gilly's journal. Now, While the Iron's Hot is full of minute choices. Some of these choices will have large-scale ramifications for the rest of the game. Other choices have minor impacts on the game. One of those minor choices is whether or not you choose to open up Gilly's journal. If you do, you find out the combination for the chest in the lower deck, but Gilly will be upset with you and will basically give you a little trinket to remind you of betraying his trust. Whereas if you don't read it, he'll give you a trinket to remind you of him. Regardless of what choice you make though, the combination on the lock never changes playthrough to playthrough. So as a result, even if you don't read it, you can still get into the chest if you remember the lock combination. The chest contains a few blueprints, a little bit of money, and a note from the captain of the ship basically calling out Gilly for opening up the treasure chest. Because inside Gilly's journal is actually a journal entry about how the captain entrusted him with the combination to the chest that contains the captain's wealth, and that Gilly has swore he will never open it. But when you open the chest, you find that the captain's letter reads that he knew that Gilly would never resist the opportunity to get treasure. The captain will now be keeping his eye on Gilly. From there, though, you take the journal back to Gilly. Gilly says thank you either way, puts a box in front of the ladder to allow you to crawl up onto the box to use the ladder. Up on the top deck, the captain talks to you a little bit about being a blacksmith, about how Elian really hasn't had a blacksmith in a while. And then he says, but for now, you're a part of my crew, so go to the bow of the ship and raise the sail, because we're coming into port. After a bit of confusion, where the main character explains that they don't know what the bow of the ship is, and then the captain tells them the bow is the front of the ship, now go. Once you get to the bow of the ship, you hear loud explosions, and then all of a sudden you wake up in an unknown bed. But the game's cutscenes show you that the ship was destroyed and that a one-armed man who was going fishing at the time managed to save you. The 1 hour man, when you get out of bed, introduces himself as Driston. When you ask Driston where you are, he mentions that you're on Elian, and then when you mention that, wow, that's really a stroke of luck because I was trying to go to Elian, Driston asks you, now why were you trying to come here? He also asks about the hammer on your apron. You explain to him that you're a blacksmith and that you wanted to come to Elian to prove yourself. Driston gets extremely excited and explains that Elian has not had a blacksmith in a long time, and that with you here, that things might be able to take a turn for the better. So, Driston takes you over to the forge, which is in ruins, and then has you go over to the construction table back by the house that you woke up in, and explains that you can restore the forge to a minimal working order with that table over there. Going over to the table and repairing the forge, Driston then gives you your first task. Make him a new butter knife because a rat ran off with his old one. Now, in While the Iron is Hot, forging is a simple but also challenging process. Putting metal ore into the furnace is relatively simple, but then pounding the metal into the shape you need is a bit more tricky because you have to select the shape that you want and then hammer away the sections that aren't in that shape. But before you can get hammering away on metal, you have to first get iron ore. Driston points you to a local mine that's been abandoned for some time. So when you go there to gather ore, initially it seems all straightforward and hunky-dory. However, as you explore the mine and gather more and more ore, when you eventually think that you've run out of room to gather ore, as you begin to make your way back to the entrance of the mines, you are stopped by a shady character named Sneaky Sam. Sneaky Sam is agitated about why you are there, begins asking questions about what you saw and that you've seen too much, and begins to try to attack you, but as you back up onto a rickety old wooden bridge, the bridge collapses beneath you both. You manage to come out unscathed. Sneaky Sam, not as much. Dusting yourself off from the fall and investigating Sneaky Sam's body, you find a note from his superiors explaining that his reward for his previous job is waiting inside the mines, and that Sneaky Sam really should get good about not losing his membership ring, and that a replacement can also be found within the mines. Exploring the mines further, you find much more iron ore, as well as a chest, which is locked with a combination that you can find back on Sneaky Sam's letter, as well as another chest that contains the Sneaky Society ring. The other chest contains a bunch of iron bars, a few pieces of iron that have already been forged into various shapes, as well as a lot of metal and blueprints for crafting various other shapes and objects. Getting back to Driston, though, as you leave the mines and head back to the blacksmith town called Stall, you begin to lose your energy as traveling through Elian is challenging, as would traveling through any land on foot. Arriving back in Stall with Driston, when you use the ore to make the butter knife for Driston, once you make the butter knife for Driston, after a good night's sleep because traveling on foot would be tiring, Driston remarks that the butter knife makes his other butter knife look like a toothpick. Then he tells you that you should probably get some more rest, as now that you've proven yourself to him, that he's sure that the orders will be flowing in. The next morning, when you talk to Dristan explains that he wants you to go over to a nearby town named Strad. He explains that Strad is the town of the lumberjacks, and that he showed his new butter knife to their leader named Myrtle. Myrtle was extremely impressed with Dristan's butter knife, but wanted to see your skills for herself. Traveling over to Strad, you get stopped by a man wielding a spear wearing an iron helmet. When you explain that you're the blacksmith that Myrtle was told about, the guard named Ash lets you in without further questioning. When you ask him how will you know when you see Myrtle, Ash responds, she's the lady wielding a massive axe. Once you find Myrtle, she tells you that to prove yourself to her, she wants you to make her a hammer and a set of nails, so that way she can rebuild the town's notice board, where the townsfolk will make requests of you to forge various items for them. Forging the hammer is fairly straightforward, as you only need a 2x2 iron plate and a log. The set of nails are also fairly straightforward, as you only need 3 1x1 iron strips, each sharpened at the grindstone. Once you have the hammer and nails, and you take them back to Myrtle, she marvels at their craftsmanship and then tells you that a young boy named Splinter wants to talk to you before you leave town. Splinter is a young boy with black hair that runs around with a wooden sword and a wooden shield. Splinter explains that he wants to be a knight like Ash when he grows up, and that he wants a helmet just like Ash's, and he was wondering if you could go talk to Ash to maybe look at Ash's helmet to make him one just like it. When you approach Ash about this proposition, Ash exclaims that he can do you one better, as his father, before he passed, still had the blueprints for Ash's helmet, and he gives you the blueprints so you can make Splinter a helmet as well. The helmet recipe is fairly straightforward. It is a 2x2 iron plate, 2 1x2 iron plates, and a 1x2 curved iron plate. Making the helmet and then taking it back to Splinter in Strad. Splinter thanks you profusely for giving him his new helmet, and then tells you that Myrtle told him to let you know that the notice board is up and running, and that he thinks he saw some people hanging up notices on it already. So, accepting the notices that you can go back to Stall and begin working on them. But look at the time. Isn't it about time for you to rest your head on a nice soft pillow and let the thoughts and stresses of the day melt away as you listen to the ocean waves? I hope you have enjoyed coming with me to Elian. I hope that you've enjoyed listening to me talking about blacksmithing and legendary craftsmen. I will try to make stories like this one to come out every other week. So stay tuned for part 2 of While the Iron's Hot. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let anything bite. And may you wake up well rested and ready for the day ahead. Welcome back to episode 2 of LBG Reviews to Sleep To. When we left off, Splinter had just told us about how the town's notice board had been finished. When you check out the notice board works by randomly selecting a person from that town and picking out an item relevant to their area, such as for Strad, the lumberjacks will mostly ask for basic pieces of equipment that you can make pretty easily at the start of the game. But before we dive any further, please take this time to adjust yourself, get wrapped up in your sheets, get cozy, and sit back as we dive further into Alien. Y'all set? Good. Now then, as you progress by completing more and more random contracts, eventually you'll notice a hooded figure appear in Strad. However, before you get a chance to talk to the hooded figure, you'll be informed by one of the residents of Strad that a thief has run off with some of the residents' coins, and that the resident thinks that they went towards an abandoned well not far from the village. Going to the abandoned well, you find a rat person who is willing to give back the villagers' money. However, upon finding out that your blacksmith says that he will only give back the money if you make something for him, a pair of iron sewing needles. Sewing needles are relatively easy to make. All it is with 4 out of the 6 strips sharpened at the grindstone. When you take back the sewing needles back to the mouse person, he thanks you, gives you the person's money, and you both go on your way. Handing the money back to the victim thanks you and goes on their way. And now back to the hooded figure. The hooded figure explains that he had heard about a new blacksmith in Elian, and that he came down to see your handiwork for himself. He comments that your work is impressive, but that he is looking for more legendary work. He explains that the blacksmiths of Elian used to be able to make an everlasting flame, that candles made with this everlasting flame would never blow out, and that is extremely important for the job he is going to ask of you, because he lives in a very cold, very windy environment, and that normal candles will not cut it up there. So he was hoping that you'd be able to make him a chandelier that would be able to withstand the cold forever, never going out. The chandelier recipe itself is fairly straightforward. It is a chain with 4 1x1 iron strips, as well as 4 candlesticks lit with everlasting fire. But how do we get everlasting fire? Perhaps Driston knows more. When you ask Driston about how to get everlasting fire, he remembers that his old master, the old master blacksmith, used to be able to make everlasting fire, and that he would imagine that either some remnant of it, or at least the instructions on how to make it, should be relatively close to the village of Stall. There is a ruin nearby Stall that you can find on the world map. Going to the ruins there, you encounter a note left behind by the old master blacksmith, talking about an old friend of theirs, talking about how they would wield a spear in one hand and a sword in the other. In the same set of ruins, there is also 2 pedestals, as well as a face carved into stone in between the pedestals. This is one of the game's many puzzles, where the solution is to simply take a spear from nearby in the ruins, as well as a sword that you find close to the note, and place them in the corresponding pedestals to the hands in which the old blacksmith's friend wielded the weapons. Doing so opens up a secret compartment where the everlasting ember can be found, going back to Stall with the everlasting ember. You can find that a new blueprint has been made available at the construction table outside your home, which, to put it simply, all it does is it outfits the forge with an everlasting fire and allows you to make everlasting embers yourself. But how do you make everlasting embers? You might be wondering. Well, Alien is full of magic. Magic that even the people who live there do not fully understand. Not too far from Strad, there is a swamp. The swamp has some unusual properties where each step you take, you might be ending up in a puddle of water and be sent all the way back to where you started from in the swamp. But the trees of the swamp have a valuable resource, a special type of wood that allows for magical properties to be applied to the wood. Collecting some of this special wood and taking it back to the forge, you can create everlasting embers. But we don't need everlasting embers right now for the chandelier. We need everlasting candles. So you have to figure out how to get candles. Talking to Driston reveals nothing. Talking to the people of Strad reveals nothing. Who else do we know? That's right, the rat man in the well. Going down and talking to the rat man in the well. The rat man explains that he is more than happy to give you a set of candles, but that the candles won't be free, because he explains that the iron sewing needles you made for him not too long ago have already worn out because of how excited he was to be able to start sewing. He asks you to get him steel sewing needles. But where do we get steel from? Well, not here. Not anywhere near Stall, not anywhere near Strad, not even in the swamp. But if you manage to navigate all the way through the swamp, you come out to a pine forested area. And within this pine forest, there is a cave that contains a lot of steel ore, as well as dangerous bat monsters. whose claws are whiter than snow, their eyes more bloodshot and piercing than the night. But that is all I will describe of them, for I wish for you only the nicest of slumbers. On your way back to the forge after gathering the steel ore, you can also encounter an ox strapped to a broken down cart along the side of the road. If you have a knife on you, you can use the knife to cut the rope for the ox. After you cut the rope for the ox excitedly and, as the game puts it, gratefully moos. The player character invites the ox back to stall, and when you make it back to the forge, you will find that the ox is there waiting for you. When you go over to talk to Dristan about making these steel sewing needles and about saving the ox, Tristan mentions that that's a great thing because he just had a great idea. A mobile forge, a way for you to take your blacksmithing talents on the road, so that way you don't have to keep coming back to stall whenever you need to make something new. So you restore a stable within the stall, and then Dristan works on souping up a ruined cart he found nearby, and in doing so, you gain access to the mobile forge. Now, the unique thing about the mobile forge, unlike traveling on foot in Alien, is that the mobile forge does not require energy for you to use. Instead, it only takes energy if you get off of the mobile forge, set up a campsite, and decide to go on foot. But with steel sewing needles in hand, you take them back to the mouse person. They happily give you 4 candles in exchange for the steel sewing needles. And as a result, you're free to use the candles at the forge to make everlasting candles. Taking the everlasting candles and the 4 iron strips, as well as a chain, which takes 7 1x1 iron strips. Taking the chain and the various other components, you are able to make the everlasting chandelier. The hooded man thanks you when you take the chandelier to him, but notes that he will not be immediately paying you, as he needs to verify that the chandelier you just gave him can withstand the cold winds of his home. But with that concludes the main things that you need to do in the town of Strad. Also, in the swamp near Strad, you can find an unusual moving house. Going inside the house, you find that you cannot leave without solving a series of puzzles, such as placing dolls at a dinner table, picking out the proper colored cloth for the table, crafting a chandelier to go into the center, crafting a candelabra to go in the center of the dinner table, putting the shoes in the shoe rack, as well as restoring the various people that need to be seated at the table. But in doing so, you get to meet a ghost wearing red shoes, who asks you a bunch of silly quiz questions. And once you answer all the quiz questions correctly, he'll move his house out of the way, granting you easier access through the swamp. But with your mobile forge, you also then receive a letter from a woman named Opal. Opal explains that she has heard about your desires to become a legendary blacksmith, and that she has an opportunity for you that she has an opportunity that may allow you to fulfill that calling. But in order to do so, you must prove yourself and prove yourself to the other village leaders all throughout Elian. From here, while the iron's hot, seemingly opens up quite a bit, but in reality, there is a set path that is required of you to go on. But look at the time. Before we go off journeying any further and venturing into new lands to gather more materials, learn more things to blacksmith, and other things to do in the land of Elian, don't you think it's about time for you to fall asleep and to enjoy the night ahead and get up in the morning well rested? I hope you've enjoyed episode 2. Tune in 2 weeks when we do episode 3. Good night and sleep well. Hello and welcome back to another episode of LBG Reviews to Sleep To. Before we get going on tonight's episode, I would like to make a correction about something I had said towards the end of last week's episode. We weren't quite ready to talk about the bat monsters in the steel mines. You see, the pine forest of Alien has a lot more to discuss than I had initially remembered. So, while you get cozy there and prepare for your night ahead as you doze into slumber, let us explore the pine forest, moving past the bristles and needles. There are numerous sights to see throughout the pine forest, one of them a potential companion for our ox friend, another a bandit whose horse has worn through its horseshoes, a group of magical instruments missing vital components, a chef without a spatula to flip pancakes, a base camp for miners who live atop the mountains of Alien, a young boy who's playing hide and seek with his friends, and a hideaway for a sneaky society. Are you all ready for this deep dive into the pine forest? I hope you are, because here we go. We shall begin by looking at the Ox's Companion. On the world map you can find a female ox resting amongst the trees of the forest. Interacting with the female ox, our own ox tells us that he has feelings for the other ox and that he is too shy to just go ask her out on his own. wants your help to make her a flower necklace as a way to test the waters, if you will. But of course, common flowers will not do. There are 4 flowers dotted throughout the pine forest needed to bring to the ox. 1 found within the Sneaky Society hideaway, another found within the miners' base camp, a 3rd found amongst the instruments, and 1 found next to the female ox. Taking these 4 flowers back to the ox, after crafting them into a flower necklace, delivering them to our ox's love interest. The female ox rejects the gift, and although our ox's heart is crushed, he at least has a new necklace to wear. And with that, the tale of the female ox in the pine forest is over. Now let us turn our attention to the 4 instruments. There is a band of enchanted instruments within the forest of Elian. Each instrument is missing a vital component. Providing each of the components to each of the instruments, you gain nothing more than a fun place to dance at, and an achievement within the game. We now turn our attention to the chef, who does not have a spatula to flip his pancakes. The chef explains that he has a wonderful idea for a dessert for breakfast. A cake that is browned on both sides, bottom and top, served with butter and syrup made from sap from pine trees. Bringing the chef an iron spatula does 2 things for you. 1, the chef gives us pancakes as thanks. The warm, fluffy texture, the syrup running down its sides, the warm butter melting atop the cakes. Not only does the chef give us these pancakes, we also now can buy pancakes all throughout Elian as a reward. Food throughout Elian serves but one purpose: recovering energy after a long, hard day. And with that, we now turn our attention to the bandit whose horse has run through its horseshoes. The bandit explains that his horse has ran like the wind, and that it has burnt through its steel horseshoes even though he only bought them a week ago. If you make him a new set of 4 steel horseshoes, he rewards you with a note of recognition, essentially acting as a message vouching for you for any sneaky society bandits who might have trouble with you, saying, yeah, this guy's cool, this guy's fine, he helped me out, he might help you. Now let us turn our attention to the storeroom of the Sneaky Society, hidden within the mountains of Elian. If you go into this storeroom during the day, a burly man wielding a club pushes you out and tells you, and don't you dare think about coming back in when it's night, for I need my shut-eye. If you disobey his word and come back in at nightfall, 2 things of note. 1, he is asleep as he said he would be, and 2, there are bats flying about the cave, keeping watch, alerting him to intruders. Fortunately, these sneaky society folks do not seem to do the best with ensuring their place of storage to be of high security, for there are numerous ways for you to hide the gaze of the bats from seeing you. There is a minecart that you can push around and gain access to numerous veins of steel ore all throughout the cave, as well as a wall that you can break down with a pickaxe, revealing a treasure chest filled with steel, iron, gold, blueprints, and all manner of useful things, as well as one of the flowers needed for the ox. Back outside this hideaway, let us turn our attention to the miners' base camp. When you approach the miners' base camp, one of the guardsmen there tells you that the elevator will not work for you, for he cannot call down the elevator, and even if the elevator came down, he would not let you ride. However, right as he says this, Opal, the one who sent us a letter in the mail last episode, comes down the elevator. Opal introduces himself to you and explains that he has invoked tradition and that he wants you to go visit each of the leaders of the various villages and prove yourself to them in order to prove that you are a master blacksmith, and that if you can do this, that they will personally see to all of your projects to be financially supported by them. Opal proceeds to wish you luck, and then goes on their way back up the elevator. Elsewhere in the base camp, however, there is a man seeking a blacksmith, looking for a smith to make an engagement ring for his soon-to-be wife. When you tell him that you are a blacksmith, he is ecstatic at the news, gives you a schematic he has drawn up, and asks that you do not waste any time and make his love's ring for him. He gives you a gemstone, and all you need to do is provide the steel bars needed to make the ring. This is one of many quests in While the Iron is Hot, that if you do it early enough, you see its payoff later in the game. Later on in the game, when you go back to the base camp, you can meet the man again, and he explains that his now fiancée accepted, and that he needs someone to make him a gift to give his fiancée to finally seal the deal. And of course, being the maker of his fiancée's ring, he chooses you. Elsewhere in the base camp, you can find a red-bearded man named Boulder. When you ask Boulder what he is doing, he mentions that he is preparing to take a plunge into the depths of the ocean nearby. Boulder explains that he has rewards for anyone who can manage to stay underwater longer than he has. Doing so, you unlock Boulder as a new person to move into Stall, the village of the blacksmiths. Boulder provides one main service at our village. He is a procurer of resources. The better his supplies, the rarer the resources he can acquire, thus saving on time and energy for us. Then there is the boy playing hide and seek. The boy, each time you try to talk to him, only counts down one number at a time, starting at 100. It isn't until he gets all the way down to 1 that he finally reveals that him and his friends have been playing hide and seek. Once Opal has told you to go to the village of Vox, the village of the hunters that I had mentioned prematurely last week. The boy asks for your help in finding his friends, for the area blocked off by the boy is permanently enshrouded in mysterious darkness. Finding each of his friends, the boy thanks you and gives you a blueprint to enhance our mobile forge with a lantern to allow us to see during the night. And now we finally make our way back to the Bat Cave that we mentioned last episode. To spare you the details, to ensure you have a restful sleep, I have elected to simply end it here. My voice will soon fade away, and you will be left with nothing but calming music and the sound of ocean waves to put you back to sleep. Sleep well, sweet dreams, and good night, my friends. Hello, and welcome back to LBG Reviews to Sleep 2. Did you have a good day? My day is just getting started, but I hope you had a really good day, because let's both be honest. Life can be like a living nightmare. But hey, you did it. You're in bed. When we last left off, before our diversion to talk about the various things I'd neglected to touch on in the pine forest, we had talked about how we had just done all of the work for the hunters in the savannah of Elian, about how we had made a living mechanical bird for their leader. Similar to last time, I would like to make this time a more slight correction to what I had mentioned in that video, which is that the leader of Vox, the hunter village, doesn't give you blueprints to turn your mobile forge into a boat, but rather gives you blueprints to allow your mobile forge to navigate through a desert. For in the desert to the south of the hunters of Vox, we will find the town of the alchemists. Similar to how the town of Vox had us dealing with steel components, the alchemist's town introduces a new material for the blacksmith to get a handle on: glass. For the alchemist's leader explains that they no longer make potions as easily as they used to, because long ago they had a magnificent alchemy lab near some ruins in the desert. However, recently, though, that alchemy lab has fallen into disrepair and ruin without a blacksmith to keep up the maintenance, and the leader of the alchemists wants you to fix their alchemy lab for them. Elsewhere in the alchemist village, you can find a young wizard banging on a master wizard's tower door, where the apprentice wizard explains that he was so close to completing his studies, but the master wizard has refused to sign the papers saying that he is a master wizard. The master has said that you must find me an ancient scroll before I will sign that paper for you. But the apprentice cannot seem to find any ancient scrolls nearby. Similarly to the robbery quest completed earlier in the series, this quest requires very little smithing skills, but we will come back to that one later. There is also a man who wants to fix up the town's old observatory, but his parents will not allow him to mess with the mechanisms of the observatory too much, fearing that he might break it further. But if you can supply him with the gears and lenses needed to fix it up, he thinks he can convince his parents to let him try. When you ask around the town about the alchemy lab and the state that it's in, they all mention that nobody knows how to repair the alchemy lab, but that you might find clues where the alchemy lab once stood. Elsewhere in the desert, you can find a set of ruins that have 4 archways. Each of them has a set of mechanical debris directly in front of them, as well as a note buried in the sand. The note is only a partial hint to what is going on, for within the note it explains the basic processes to make a healing potion. However, this is enough information to be able to figure out the order that the machines go in. However, the fraction of a note containing the order that the machines go in also mentions how Their blueprints had been hidden away within a set of ruins nearby. Going to these ruins, you find a few things. Firstly, you find something called a codex, or more accurately, you find a broken codex, as well as codex ring fragments and blueprints for how to make a codex, as well as the blueprints for how to make the various alchemy lab mechanisms. Going back to the town, you explain to the locals that you have found the blueprints. However, you do not know how to make glass bottles. One of the alchemists offers up a glass bottle that they are no longer in need of to allow you to examine it, to allow you to make glass bottles yourself. This person also mentions a little later on that they would actually like you to make them a few more glass bottles for them. Doing so is relatively simple, as glass bottles are nothing more than 2 glass curved 1x2s, 2 curved 1x1s, and that is all that you need for glass bottles. Fixing up the codex reveals that the codex housed a scroll within it. Taking the scroll to the wizard's apprentice, he thanks you and says that this scroll actually contains enough information that he has decided that he no longer needs the approval of the master wizard, which thus unlocks the wizard's tower for your village. The wizard's tower has a few uses. You can enchant your tools as you need to. You can also buy potions that will enhance various stats for you. If you take the gears and lenses back to the man trying to fix the observatory, he will restore the observatory and pay you handsomely in return. And then after the long and arduous process of restoring the old alchemy lab, requiring numerous steel pipes, the remnants of the old machines, as well as glass bottles and a bunch of other steel components. Once you put the components back together in the right order, you go back to the leader of the alchemists, and she responds by saying, "Prove it. I have asked one of my villagers to prepare some herbs for you to turn into a potion. If it actually produces a viable, usable potion, I will believe you and give you the token of my acceptance as you as a master craftsman. When you collect the herbs and put them through the alchemy lab, initially all seems fine until the entire apparatus begins shaking violently, exploding and launching you far away into a bizarre maze found within the desert. There is no immediate way to get back home within this maze, and parts of the maze only open during the night, other parts log away at night, and other parts are only available during the day. One quirky thing to note about this maze is that the cacti within have hallucinogenic effects for the player. And there's actually a hidden NPC within this maze that if you manage to get to him before your hallucinations wear off, he hands you a scroll to improve the comfort of your mobile forge camp. Also within the maze you can find blueprints for Damascus steel, as well as Damascus steel armor and equipment. And once you finally work your way through the maze, you eventually find a merchant chilling out on a beach next to their boat. When you explain what has happened, they offer to take you back to your village. When you accept, they take you back post-haste. When you arrive, you find that your ox and mobile forge have already returned, as the ox wanted to alert everyone in your village that what had happened to you. When everyone asks if you are okay, the player character simply responds that I am fine, but I must get back to the alchemist's village to figure out what had happened. I'm sure I assembled everything correctly. Getting back to the alchemist's village, you find that the village leader is gone. Talking with the woman who gave you the herbs, she mentions that it's possible someone may have tampered with them during the night, but that she thinks she has assembled everything correctly. Regardless though, she mentions that she had found blueprints within the leader's home that she thinks that the leader had intended to give to you before she went off on her voyage to a place we do not currently know. These blueprints actually improve the mobile forge to do what I had mentioned in the episode about the hunter's village. It allows your mobile forge to sail across the seas of Elian. However, alongside these blueprints, you also find the village leader's journal not far from the village. In it, she mentions that she personally sabotaged your herbs and that the explosion was intentional. Hearing this, the player character thinks that they cannot trust anyone else except for Dristan, so he goes back to talk to his old mentor in the blacksmith village. However, he cannot find his old friend, and so you set about trying to figure out where Dristan went, going to each of the villages on the mainland. The lumberjacks tell you that he was there gathering supplies, but that he went to the village of the hunters. The village of the hunters tell you that he was there, but then he left for the base camp of the miners' village. When you arrive back at the base camp of the miners' village, you see Dristan chatting with Opal. You do not know what they are saying, but all you hear Tristan say, hesitantly at that, is, "Yes, I will do it." However, I feel that this is a good time to go ahead and call it a night for our tale. Do not worry, Dristan is safe. You are safe. And you are still comfortably in bed. I hope you sleep well. I hope you have enjoyed this episode of LBG Reviews to Sleep To. And good night. Hello and welcome back to another episode of LBG Reviews to Sleep To. When we last left off, we just saw Dristan talking with Opal. However, Dristan and Opal went up the elevator to the mountain top, and you cannot follow them up due to the guard of the elevator. The guard explains that Opal gave them strict instructions that unless you can prove that you have completed all other parts of your challenge, that you cannot go up the elevator. The guard tells you that there are still 2 emblems of the villages that you need. You never technically got the emblem of the alchemists, nor have you gotten the emblem of the shipwrights. So, with this knowledge, you must now go off to track down the shipwrights village, which is an archipelago relatively far from the mainland. Along the way to the shipwrights village, however, there are numerous things for us to do in the waters of Alien. Firstly, there is a lighthouse where, if you help the lighthouse keeper restore the light in the lighthouse, she will thank you by giving you a chest of supplies, including a blueprint, which allows your mobile forge to fish up debris from shipwrecks, and also mentions that her daughter, a researcher, has been looking for a place to stay, and that if you know of one, to give her daughter a call. This unlocks the ability for us to build a lighthouse back in Stall. The lighthouse does a few things. Firstly, it helps clear away the fog that blocks the map. Because as you explore the world of Alien and while the iron's hot, the entire island is covered in fog, but as you maneuver through the island, the parts you have navigated to, the fog is removed. However, as you upgrade the lighthouse, not only can you completely remove the fog off of the map, you can also have the lighthouse identify where secrets within the world map are. Continuing along to the archipelago of the shipwrights village, you can find a man who is looking for a set of Damascus dumbbells. If you craft him a set of Damascus dumbbells, which are simply 2 1x2 Damascus strips and 4 2x2 Damascus plates, he will reward you with allowing you to hire him as an adventurer within a building called the Adventurers Society. He is one of many characters throughout the world of Alien, where you can hire them as essentially people to journey around the world for you, go through dungeons to gather money, or share tales of your fame and renown for renown XP, or to simply go on supply runs to acquire resources for you. There is a whole system about this where you can equip your recruits with better equipment, potions, and numerous other things. However, I think I will save that for another episode of the series if you do not mind. Getting back to the archipelago, however, you can find a member of the Sneaky Society chilling on a beach, and that he says he'll only talk to people who have Sneaky Society rings. Fortunately, early on in the game, we found the blueprint to make our own sneak, giving him a sneaky society ring. The man is still not convinced and asks for further proof that you are trusted within their society, at which point you can hand over the note that I had mentioned in the last episode from the man who had worn through all of his horse's steel horseshoes. You at this point do not know why you must talk to this man, but that reason will soon become clear. Because talking with others throughout Elian about what Dristan could have been discussing with Opal, they mention that there is one person who should know, that being the leader of the sneaky society. For even though they are not as sneaky as their name may seem, they do know everything that is going on in the land of Elian. So when you mention to this man that you're trying to get to the headquarters of the sneaky society, he tells you to go north, and that there you'll find an island with a garden gnome sitting in front of a doorway, and that the secret password to get into the hideout is, "Man, it sure is hot out here. I wish I had some sunscreen." Going north, as he says you should, you indeed do find this island, and you do indeed find the garden gnome. You initially say the lines, "Man, it is really hot out here. I wish I had some sunscreen." Nothing happens. So, the player assuming that, oh, maybe I'm supposed to interact with this gnome in some way, you try to poke its eye, maybe figuring it was a button of some kind, but in reality, the gnome is alive and was just waiting for you to introduce yourself to him. Then the gnome asks you a few things about the world of Elian, particularly about things that you have experienced throughout the game, such as who was the man who was sent to the old abandoned iron cave to find his loot and to find his new ring. The answer to that is Sneaky Sam. Or, what is the name of the village filled with hunters? That would be the village of Vox. Answering his numerous questions, and then repeating the code phrase, he begrudgingly allows you to enter the Sneaky Society headquarters. At which point, navigating the headquarters becomes fairly trivial because of the fact that you are a welcomed guest. Eventually, when you find the boss of the Sneaky Society and you go to introduce yourself, he stops you there and says that he already knows who you are and why you are there. And then the boss of the Sneaky Society says, "But before I tell you why Dristan was talking with Opal, I think it is best for you to know some of the history of what has happened here." The boss of the Sneaky Society goes on to explain that long ago the former head blacksmith of Elian was approached by Opal. Opal explained that he had found some material deep within the mountains that could be of great use to the entirety of Elian, but that Opal did not know how to make use of it, so he figured a legendary blacksmith would be able to figure it out. the boss of the Sneaky Society says that Opal has been trying to find someone to complete this task and to figure out how to use this material since that day. However, Tristan, knowing about the past, as that is the same event that caused him to lose his arm, did not want you to go through the same fate as the former master blacksmith did, and has offered up his services to excuse you of your potential duties. And with that, you now go back to the village of the shipwrights, or more specifically, back to the archipelago that the village of the shipwrights resides in. For there are still a few more things for us to discuss here. There is Mrs. Kong, who asks for, I believe, 15 red bananas, as well as numerous other secrets behind waterfalls, underneath palm trees, and many other places. However, finally, when getting to the village of the shipwrights, as our time is starting to wind down for this episode, I think it is best for us to focus on but only one of the quests for the village, which is that of the leader of the shipwrights. The leader of the shipwrights explains that she has always had a grand vision, for the shipwrights are experts on what is happening above the sea, but they do not know fully what is happening underneath the water surface, and that she would like to finally be able to explore those depths. She asks Ryu to build her a grand submarine, one that allows her to explore the ocean's depths and grab any treasure she finds down below the water's surface. This one is truly a test of all of your skills in Damascus smithing. It also requires your skills in glassmithing, and a little bit of your skills with iron and steel smithing as well. Eventually, putting together this complex mechanism, the leader of the shipwrights gives you the token of their acknowledgement of your mastery, and then you go back to go see if the leader of the alchemists is back from their voyage yet. They are not, however. The person who had given you the herbs to begin with says that if you can manage to restore the alchemy lab again and prove that it works again, that they've got a secret that they would like to share with you. Setting up the alchemy lab one more time and bringing them back a potion, they revealed that the leader of the alchemists had entrusted with her their token for your mission. With all of the tokens of all of the leaders' approval in hand, you can finally go back to the elevator guard at the mountain base camp. However, I feel that it is best if we save our journey up the mountain for the next episode. I hope you sleep well, I hope you wake up well rested, and I hope you have a good morning ahead. Good night, my friends. Welcome back to another episode of LBG Reviews to Sleep 2. Before we dive into talking about the mountains that we just went up last week, I figured it would be best if we took this time as we are approaching the end of the tale of While the Iron's Hot to discuss the Adventurers Society that I had mentioned a few weeks prior. There are numerous characters you can recruit to the Adventure Society, including the man who wanted Damascus dumbbells in the archipelago. There is also a dog who can fetch a ball for at the top of the mountain. A Yeti, also on the top of the mountain, that you have to help prepare for a vacation by finding him a tropical shirt. By finding him a tropical shirt. By finding him a tropical shirt. By finding him a tropical shirt, as well as finding ways to keep his house warm and other things to help encourage him to take a vacation off of the top of the mountain. There is also a member of the Sneaky Society that if you bring her a box of supplies from a shipwreck, then she will join your Adventure Society. And if I recall correctly, there is also the man who you help out previously with making him an engagement ring and preparing a table for his wedding afterwards. That if you help him out with all of this, that he joins your Adventure Society as a way to say thank you. What does the Adventure Society even do within While the Iron's Hot, I hear you asking? Well, you can choose 3 different options. You could choose to send them into dungeons, go on PR runs where they will essentially speak your praises, or they will go on excursions to fight monsters in your honor. The first of these options will result in the individual going into a dungeon to find resources and loot for you. The second will result in your character's renown going up as the individual speaks your praises. And the third will result in acquiring money and more renown, but less so than the other 2 options. But it's not that simple. Each of your heroes that you can recruit to your Adventure Society require a weapon, a helmet, a potion, and maybe some other trinket. The better the equipment you provide them with, the better they will do at the various tasks, and the higher quality and higher quantity of loot they will bring back, as well as increasing their chances of success of bringing anything back at all. But with that out of the way, let's talk more about the trek up the mountain, shall we? Going up the elevator, you find that the mountain is unsurprisingly covered in lots of ice. Unlike a lot of other games where you might need to push a block around on ice, in While the Iron's Hot, you essentially act as the block sliding around on the ice. You cannot change direction while you are sliding, but you can use obstacles in your way or reaching the edges of the ice to redirect yourself. Sometimes that might be going back to where you started to pick a different entranceway, or it might be going a different way to maybe get a chest, or maybe to get to the next point of progression. Either way, once you arrive at a bridge approaching the miners' village, you find the leader of the alchemist village, who stops you dead in your tracks. The leader of the alchemists says that she cannot allow the past to repeat itself, and that she is sorry for sabotaging your trial by making the alchemy lab explode, but that it is for the best if you do not manage to survive what happens next. Suddenly, right as she finishes speaking, the bridge explodes, but you manage to dive out of the way right before it does so, not being able to cross the chasm otherwise, when suddenly a man named Arrow from the tribe of the Hunters appears next to you and explains that he has a cool idea for a giant bow and arrow, and that this opportunity seems like the perfect time to pitch it to you. He only asks that you forge a gear for it, as well as to get into contact with some of the other tribes to help procure the resources for it. You have to get the lumberjacks to get a massive wooden rod to be able to put at the front of this massive bow. You have to talk with the alchemists about preparing highly precise gears and other bits of machinery. You have to talk with the shipwrights about making sure that all the mechanisms are properly oiled, and many other aspects of this process. However, once you have procured all of the necessary resources and gotten the aid of all of the other tribes, when you go tell Arrow about this, he reveals that he's already finished with his giant crossbow. All he needs is for you and your mobile forge to strap onto the front of the arrow. Doing so, you get launched over the chasm and can begin your journey to finally reach the miners' village. When you arrive in the miners' village, there are a few side quests you can participate in. There's a man that needs an everlasting lantern for down in the mines. There's a man that needs a better pickaxe made out of volcanic rock, and a few other tidbits, but for tonight, I think it's best if we focus on the final phases of the game. When you arrive in the miners' village, you find that the alchemy leader has already been imprisoned by Opal. Opal explains that He knew that what the alchemy leader was doing and has already taken care of it. But fortunately, you arrive at the village right before Tristan was about to go into a massive doorway. So you stop Tristan and tell him that you will handle it yourself. But before you enter this massive doorway, Tristan decides to tell you the rest of the tale that you had learned previously. You see, not only did Opal approach the previous blacksmith about this new material, after the legendary blacksmith began forging with this material, when they faced the repercussions of doing so, they realized that it was no god that struck them down. No, it was a dragon. The legendary blacksmith made it out of that attack alive, however, and he was filled with so much rage that he dived into the volcano and built a massive locking mechanism to ensure that neither he nor the dragon could escape. There's a large number of puzzles to solve to reach your way to the bottom of the mountain and to get into the depths of the volcano. But solving all of them, you will eventually find this rare material that Opal has been hyping up for the entirety of the game. A strange crystal sitting in the center of the volcano. As you pick it up, a dragon drops down from the ceiling. You initially run into a little hideaway that you find that the legendary blacksmith had made before they had passed. As well as a note remarking about how the legendary blacksmith realizes that they messed up in pursuing revenge, and that they can currently go nowhere, and that if they could, they would like to go back and do things differently. But that's too late, and they pass away. This is a point of no return within the story of While the Iron's Hot, where you see there are two endings to the game. One where you die the same way that the legendary blacksmith before you did, or you go out and you face the dragon, not in combat though, not at all like in combat. You go out and you talk with the dragon, and the dragon reveals why he attacked on that fateful day. You see, this legendary material that Opal has been so excited about is a material that the dragons call Amory. Amory is what remains of a dragon when they die. For unlike humans, dragons are beings of pure magic, but magic does not fade away and become one with the earth in a similar way to humans. No, magic rejoins the earth in a different way. When the dragon passes away, their body fizzles away and transforms into these beautiful crystals. They are filled with magical power, but humans, being the greedy beings that we are, were more obsessed about their power than taking the time to find out what they truly were. As you talk with the dragon, and as you begin to recognize what is truly going on here, you strike up a deal with the dragon and you explain, what if I could guarantee that I would use the Amory ethically, to rather than use it to continue to destroy the world that we both know and love? What if I agree to use it to make ways to improve the world, so that way people don't have to harm nature as much as they have? Would that be okay? Would you be willing to give me a single piece of Amory to try? I will not come back into the volcano for more, unless I can prove to you that I have used it ethically. During a conversation with the dragon admits, perhaps you are the only one that can truly ethically use the Amory. And so he gives you a single piece and lets you decide what you will make of it with the first one. When you come back out of the cave with this piece of Amory alive and well, you find that Opal and her assistant have been locked up in a cage, and that the alchemist leader has been set free. When you ask about why, you notice that all of the other village leaders are there, and they explain to you that when they explained to you that Tristan went and told them about what is happening, and they realized that Opal's scheme could have gotten the entirety of Elian wiped off the face of the world, and that they could not let her go unchecked anymore. But they say that they understand where Opal is coming from, because Opal is doing what she thought was best to ensure the safety and security of her people and the people of Elian. But that her attempts at doing what she thought was best were doing nothing more than was doing nothing more than hurting the land that she cared about so much. This is where the post game of While the Iron's Hot begins. Each of the different village leaders have different ideas on how to ethically use Amory. The hunters want to make a freezer so they can preserve meat that they hunt and sell it without having to cover it in loads of salt and thus ruining the flavor of the meat. The shipwrights want to make a boat motor so that way they don't have to rely on the wind, nor do they have to use harmful oars to stir up the water in dangerous ways. The miners want to create a drill so that way they don't have to keep using dynamite to destroy the mountain. The alchemists want to create a mobile alchemy lab so that way they don't have to take their potions to their patients. They can take the potion lab to the patients. The lumberjacks want to create a saw so that way less time and energy can be used on wasting wood for processing. The other thing that you can do with the piece of amory is fulfill Tristan's dream of having another arm again. Because he explains that he had lost his arm during the attack from the dragon those many years ago. But you can use the amory to give him a mechanical arm that functions just like a normal, natural arm. There are a few secrets and a few quests that I have yet to talk about within the land of Elian. However, for now, as this was a last-minute recording and a last-minute editing session, I will bid you a good night, my friends. I hope you sleep well, and I hope you get up in the morning well rested and ready for the day ahead. Good night.